Hello. Hello. I did not realize that I have been live for over 10 minutes. I was working on some random stuff and lost track of time. God. But anyway, hello. Hi. Happy Friday. Hi, Nico. Hello, my lovely friend. Happy Friday. Oh, God. Oh, thank you for the retweet, Nico. I love you. I love you. Okay, it's got 35 more minutes. Got a timer going on my phone. Oh my god, I'm dropping everything. Thank fucking god it's Friday. Am I right? Anyway. Playing more Ace Attorney because this game, is controlling my life, I guess? My every waking thought? Ruining my life? Controlling it? I don't know what the right word is, but it's one of those. It's one of those. We're gonna do that. Hopefully we can finish this case in less than like 4 hours, but we'll see, because we've got we're like halfway through it, I feel like. I don't know. If I finish it early, maybe we'll play some Power Wash Sim? Maybe? It depends. I don't want to go super late tonight because I have to go to the DMV tomorrow and I'm going to get there and focus as soon as it opens, before it opens, so I can hopefully get my driver's license renewed. Anyway, I bought that Humble Bundle Ukraine thing because I have no self-control and I have been going through it trying to decide which ones I actually want and which ones will become giveaway fodder because boy howdy, I did not realize I already had a handful of games in my thing for giveaway fodder from other packs that I bought. So I could, if I had, one stream where we have more than 2 people watching, I'll give away some games. Maybe if I ever get rated one day, we'll do game giveaway. But anyway, don't install that. Thank you, Steam. I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna get into it. Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. Woo, god, excuse me. That hurt. Anyway. We love some sneezing. Love it, love it, love it. Let's turn off the music. Thank you. Let's go to my live scene. I forgot I have game capture on. Excuse me, pardon me. Ew, yuck, gross. I'm definitely gonna sneeze again. Stop making me look so pale. I know I'm pale, but it's because it's the winter time. And I haven't been outside in God knows how long. Okay, is the game gonna go? Okay, there we go. Time to reinvent all of the voices that I've been doing, because I don't remember them. Okay. Trial. I don't remember what was going on, but we're going into the trial. Oh, the game is not responding. Oh, that sounds like a good time, Nico. That sounds like a great time. I would love to eat at Teriyaki Madness. Anyway, I need my fucking camera to stop washing me out. No, I don't want that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. after all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. I think you should treat yourself, Nico. I think you deserve to treat yourself. Lana! I forgot who Lana was, and I was like, who is... That's the person who was just speaking, wasn't it? Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. You were in court? I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? That's not a good idea, I don't think. We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Guy, We found a trace of evidence. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. It belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Was it fingerprints? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? I don't know if I do. In order to defend my sister, you're gonna accuse Mr. Marshall? Okay, well, then I guess I did know. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright. Did they date or something? Is that... I feel like I remember something about that. Get the dust off you. Oh, get the dust off, you guys. Anyway. Court is now in session. Shut the fuck up, Alexis. I did not ask for this. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... What the fuck? What are you doing, Edgeworth? I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. I did it. Nico, when I was putting on makeup so I didn't look like a zombie to come here, or to start stream, I pulled my mascara wand out, and I did it, I guess I, like, was leaning it against the side, and it flicked out and fucking hit me in the forehead, and I got a huge splotch of mascara just, like, all on my forehead, and I sent Alexis a picture, and I was like, look what I fucking did. And now she's making fun of me. My woes. I disagree. I'm afraid you'll need to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. The fuck does this mean? And yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. Okay, then why are you doing this now? I don't... I hate you guys. I mean, I love you guys, but I also hate you guys. Oh, my back just popped. I don't know if you heard that, but that felt really nice. Oh. My whole body hurts. I don't know why. Anyway, that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. My theory is that this trial is a fever dream that Phoenix is having because he misses Maya so much. That's my theory on... You want a big boy? You want this trial? A little boy. Thank you so much for the 13-month tier 3 resub. I love you, Alexis. Also, Alexis, I have to get you to go through all these Humble Bundle keys and see if you want any of them that I have from this bundle, because you obviously get first dibs. And also you, Nico, get first dibs. Anyway, both of you guys get to go through them. You can pick some. The rest I'll use as giveaway fodder. Anyway, one of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Yeah, I have a lot. There's a bunch of duplicates that I have. Oh my god. The TikToks. I gotta put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Eyeball emoji. Today I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, oh, if you want those, like, Game Maker things, Nico, you're welcome to all of those keys. Yes, they're, like, all yours, because I won't be able to, like, I won't be using that. So, like, you can have the RPG Maker. I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what set Miss... Oh my god, I'm doing the wrong voice too. Now that's what... Why can't I say this? Why can't I say this line? Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. It does. I thought that's what you were doing at first. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Yes, we have to do that soon. I have to reinstall the game, but yes, we have to do that. Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? What the fuck, Judge? Clothespin boy. Oh boy, things are getting wild from the get-go. This is not the suspect. What? This is not the suspect. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir, Oh, what did I give him? I'm Officer Mike Beacon, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. What? The fuck is happening? So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, we'd like to hear what... Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. What? Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. What is this? Hell fucking yes, Nico. What the fuck is it? What? You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. What is this shade on the younger generation? God, crime report, sir. I love that. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I mean, this is the dead guy with his stupid neck thing. Anyway, I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Let's fucking go. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Beacon's family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Of what? What I need here is more info to work with. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna fucking press him on everything. Crime report, sir! It's not my normal duty as assigned to guard the evidence room. Hold it! Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Yeah, who put him in charge of that? Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. Yes, I do. That's not even a question. Of course I do. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. Oh, God. I hate him. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. Then why were you in the evidence room? Am I missing something? I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. I might have to change his voice. That I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Spotted a suspicious man at the security screen, never rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I've got one right here around my neck. I like that his ID card, if we go back, is him going like this. Like, it's very clearly a silhouette of him like this. So then, your ID card, ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is, I found it. It's the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. But the number 4989596 is shown to being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's not it's no real mystery, sir. First time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to the ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So, you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife! Detective Goodman put a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging it on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You weren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. How shady, Phoenix. Wow. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Oh, he would have a blood stain on him. I fought for my life. Then I did it. Did what? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Meekins. I, see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. It's so swear. It's so swear. Anyway, what about what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Uh-oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. Everybody's like, I don't know what to do with this guy. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. Hold on. Oh, that's so cute. Nico. That's so fucking cute. Believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man and this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekin. With regards to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is this? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Objection! Yeah, what? What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Adjust my shit a little bit. I'm moving the computer screen up, so I'm forced to look up more, and I'm not like this in the camera. So looking back at all the VODs that I've had to download, I feel like I'm like this all the time. Anyway. Oh, you sent. Oh my god! So fucking cute! I'm gonna scream! I am screaming! It's I love my friends! Anyway. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A videotape of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Okay, glove fell out. So convenient that we can't see his face. Oh, there goes Meekins. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh. And he's gone? How? I can't handle it when he makes his face. And his eyes twitch like that. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? What the hell was that wriggly piece of plywood? I gotta redo that. What the hell was that wriggly piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Okay, get on the same page as everyone else, Edgeworth. We knew this. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity took place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. Mystery man, okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do it. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Okay. Was this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker, equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been, Detective Goodman. Ow. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. Anyway, that's where I have to start. It's Mango Haichu time. Face can't be clearly seen. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face. I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, weren't you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see? Hell fucking yes, Nico. God, I hope it's good teriyaki. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman. But you don't know that for sure, do you? I never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. We've already established this. Since his face can't be identified in the photo, only you can verify it. But why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Yeah, fair enough, Nico. Meekins. I don't know if you could hear that, but he made a weird screech himself when that happened. I wish I could go back. I've been shown a questionable video at best. We're not in the best of moods. I mean, you aren't, but you're never in a good mood. Now please be certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which requires Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do it. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I tried all other kinds of methods in the past. They only respond with registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to his registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. There are ways to trick those things, you people. Exactly my point, sir. This too. Oh, and this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably his locker. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Of course. Of course. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. That smug smile. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. Yeah, we've established this. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is. Unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the videotape? I'm gonna say that there is a problem. Because why wouldn't there be? Like, yeah, there is a problem. Regarding the video contained in this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Objection! Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. Wow, what a great suggestion, Edgeworth. Like, I wasn't gonna do that. You don't want me to point it out. Well, obviously, dumbass. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect the piece of evidence. Now, I will play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. Oh God, I don't know. Have some quality time at the floor. Here's what I remember. Person on trial is the head prosecutor. The body is found in Edgeworth's trunk, in like the parking garage. The last trial thing had a witness who was that crazy lunch lady. She didn't actually witness it. She was witnessing it from a different location that she said, and then she ran down to arrest the chick. There's the stupid cowboy cop who we think might be the murderer or something, and that's most of it. I have to point out a problem in the video? Well, yeah, Phoenix! This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stay watching the video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Oh, God. Okay. Okay, that glove. Hold on. Was that light on before? Okay, there's a light on top of the locker. This. There's not a...
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
Oh, little boy. Thank you for the 13-month resub, Cody. I can totally understand why Gumshoe danced with this guy now. Yes. The theories that this is Phoenix's fever dream is making more and more sense. Yeah, doesn't Emma and Lana look exactly like Mia and Maya. Like, there's the same face. When we get back to a shot of Emma, I'll... But, like, it looks I thought it was Mia at first. But, like... I think this is just a Phoenix having, like, a fever dream. Anyway. I proposed this theory earlier, Cody. I'm pretty sure this is just a dream that Phoenix is having. This is a bonus mission anyway, isn't it? I don't know. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprints. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something's seriously wrong with this picture. Oh god, we have to watch. Why did you start it from so far back? It's fine. Are we watching this whole thing again? I don't want to watch the whole thing again. I've seen it. Also, I hate this music. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker... Fast forward, Phoenix. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Phoenix, stop! Rewind faster! Why does it have to be, like, real-time rewinding? Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit! Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. You made the sound again! Okay. It's like, ah! But shorter and squeakier. If at all, if that's possible. Order, order. What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. It was the game. It was, in fact, the game, Cody. He made that sound before, too, but I talked over it. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. No, it was not a sound in your room. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor will detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show how novices should keep their mouths shut. Yeah, maybe just you should keep your mouth shut, Judge. Your theories, you're just not very helpful. I'm sorry. You're just not. So then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation? Stick a piece of paper between the lock and the door? Or maybe a glove? Nah. Yes, why was the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Look, does her face not look exactly like Maya's? Like, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Okay, hold on 1 second. I gotta do a thing on my phone at the speed of light. Okay, yep. Come back here. Yeah, I thought Maya had dyed her hair, and that's what was going on. But apparently not. Apparently that's a completely separate human being. And Lana just looks like Mia. Thank you for the retweet, Cody. I love you. Anyway, huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something. Jammed the sensor? Say. There's something else in that seems out of place in this video. Well, yeah. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. It's the fucking glove. Well, let's inspect the video once more. Yeah. Just take me to the video. Fast forward. I know what I need. Bada bing, bada boom. Take that! Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh my god, we have to watch it again! The whole thing! Phoenix! Stop making me have to watch this! I don't like it. Phoenix, you're breaking the Geneva Convention. Oh my god, I just spit on my screen. God. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. What the fuck? We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Again? Torturing prisoners of war. Oh my god, that's what it feels like. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. Just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, the tie chokes me. But the object would have been extremely thin to fit. The judge was like, I can't listen to this anymore. Not only that, but it would have to block the electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. A rubber glove. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, do you mean, I think I finally got this figured out. Yes, it was a rubber glove. There was a glove on the floor. I know you do. I hate it too. Very well. Will the defense please present the evidence? What was inside the door? God, there's so much fucking evidence. Take that! I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sure. See, you made it again! Order. So we're to believe that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Couldn't have been, it was just pretending to be. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? Defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. Prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. What? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Edgeworth is like, God, I hate this man. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. And at the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. That is true. But we found his ID card at the scene of the crime. Two, 1, 8, 9. okay. Hell yeah. I love a gigantic bowl of teriyaki. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. I was just looking at that. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there. Most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let's move on to the cross-examination. I'm just gonna... Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Newsflash. It's fucking delicious. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Yes, sir. Did show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had used his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. But maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. That's Phoenix going, it's this one, you idiot. What do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with his ID card testimony. Yeah, I know. Shut up. I got it. I didn't realize that was the last one. Present. Take that! Objection! Okay. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not gonna wait, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. Well, that makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So now, what does all this mean? It can only mean one thing. Doesn't even require that much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. And then dressed up exactly like him as a big fucking clown. Order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. The defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime. Big cowboy clown, yes. The man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins encountered, was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Okay, am I correct so far? This is feeling like Ding Dang Rampa, where they just like repeat the same thing over and over to you again. That's what this case feels like. Yes. What is he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at the same conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't gonna end well. Well, seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. Is that not what we were saying? At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Oh, okay. I guess you could... I don't know. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I assume I gotta object. It's never wait and see what happens. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing, and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Okay. You gonna talk? I hate this video. Can we be done with this fucking video? Don't tell me we have to use this video more. But get me out. Why is every haichu I pull out of this mug mango flavored? Every single one of them. Now this one's not. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood tracers were found in the evidence room. Alexis, you're walking on thin fucking ice. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. I have one. Cowboy man! This might just be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? She's like reading my thoughts. That's another reason I think this is a dream. She keeps reading my thoughts. Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person, whom you would have testified, what is his or her name? I hate this man, but I hate this man more! Take that! Take that! Officer Jake Marshall. This smug asshole. I don't know why I hate him so much. I just do. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. The police department? Is that what I just said? Whew! We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Oh my god. I really can't speak. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? I am really having a time. We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Break. Okay. See? This is just Mia. With red hair. And a scarf. And a military uniform. This is just Mia. Like... Anyway. Less boobage. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. Seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Mia gave her boobage for those medals. Mia gave her life for those medals. Mia gave her life for that boobage. Anyway. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his prosecution. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Pardon me while I clean something off my desk. What the fuck is that? I don't know what it is, but gross. Anyway. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, hi, Gumshoe. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. What the fuck was that? Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it. Was it you who asked me? Can I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you, Chief Prosecutor. I can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor, a witness to in that case. This guy was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Okay. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, why? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in here? In there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be... Lana, the SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait. She ran away. What the fuck is happening? Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Yeah, go ahead, Gumshoe. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Yeah, go ahead, Gumshoe. I cannot. If I could skedaddle, I probably would too. James Marshall, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Why do you put coincidence in quotes? Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Am I gonna be allowed to read it? To be continued. Dun dun dun! this. Okay, second half of the trial. This thing, like, every trial is in 2. Ugh. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Ugh, stop drinking in court! Witness, please state your name and occupation. Stop drinking in court. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping elderly across intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear howling the wind. Hear the howling wind calling it out. Oh my god. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Oh, okay, I get it. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. Little bitch. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? That Danny DeVito? Oh my god. Phoenix absolutely wants Edgeworth to be the howling wind. Howling wind underneath him. Anyway, howling wind at his back. According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. So he's Phoenix say the wind's blowing. Just excuse yourself. In plain old English. Yeah, it's not gonna happen, Judge, but okay. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. Me? I've drank nothing. I had 3 ibuprofen to make my body not hurt anymore, and that's it. And 3 slices of pizza. I have not had any alcohol. I've eaten 3 high chews. But that was during this. I know it was, but I'm serious. I'm sober. There's no reason I should be having such an inability speaking. Can't say I care for your beard, but I don't. Can't say I care for your beard, but I don't. But you don't see me complaining. Oh my fucking god. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful. I'm very sorry, Nico. Your teriyaki sounds banging, though. Not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Why can't you get a hold of pierogies? I'm extremely upset on your behalf. You gotta get your butt here, so Alexis and I can take you to get pierogies. Anyway, my job was keeping a wary eye on that bone orchard. What the fuck? How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing ain't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual is recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy's a flair for the dramatic, but this isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. I looked it up. Permanently No! The universe is like, we're actively working against you. Fuck. Oh, that sounds so good. There's a place near where we are, Alexis, that I went into with Maya, and it said they had pierogi mac and cheese, but they didn't have it anymore. And I was very sad because I would have gotten that. Anyway, but you make your rounds the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. Yeah, that's true. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a back works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors in the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I get that, Alexis. I also would not want to go to your school alone. I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta. The fuck is that? Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, didn't you want to raise this year? Did you not want to raise this year? Okay. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the road. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west to the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Yeah, spaghetti with clams. Okay, thank you. I knew it seemed sort of familiar, but the sepia was throwing me off. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I better up the ante. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. Okay. I gotta present some kind of evidence. Okay, stuff that's in the evidence room. Starts about here. Marshall's fingerprints. This is probably what I need to present. But what to? Okay. Probably not that. Probably not that. Probably not that. Maybe this? We're just gonna... God, there's so much goddamn evidence. Stop. Well, now you got leftovers. Stick it in the fridge. Have it for lunch tomorrow. Objection! Officer Marshall. Doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. I'm about to do that. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. I don't know if he said that last line, but whatever. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Wow, that's fucking weak. Bloodstains and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Okay. Explanation seems valid, although there's room for doubt. Yeah, you have like a health bar. It pops up when you have to present evidence. You can lose a case is just like dying. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. Yeah, it does like the game over is like dying. If you die too many times, I think is if you present too many incorrect things or like at the wrong time to the wrong statement, you've run out of life. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Hold it! That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. That's all that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my fingerprints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprints data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint locks all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. One of them just happened to be the same place. The murderer touched where my fingerprint was. I mean, that's bullshit, right? Bloodstained are unrelated. Phoenix Bud just snaps and his brain melts out of his ear. Yeah, chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that are of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Bloodstains are completely unrelated. I mean, how the fuck would you know that? Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How would you fucking know that? How would you fucking know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though it thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in the detective's gumshoes locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Wish I had a Froggy S. I don't know what Froggy S is. I have a Froggy with a booty. Froggy with a booty. Okay. So, Froggy Squish. Oh, Shabby's falling off the computer tower. Shabby. I think we tried that too. Oh no! Froggy! So that would mean the murderer was wearing gloves. You have to rescue Froggy. Happened to place their head on top of Officer Archibald. It's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and it's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. 'Cause you deleted your trail, partner. Anyway. Oh god, I think we're gonna have to do the videotape again. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. There's gotta be evidence, right? Very well. Allow me to point out the mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you may wind up being the one making the mistake. Okay. That definitely sounds like something somebody who knows Edgeworth would dream him saying. There's just something feels like uncanny about this case. Like, wrong. I think this, like, I'm gonna stick, this is a dream. Yeah. Oh, we're back. fucking idiot. I make myself laugh. Okay. I don't know. I hope it does. I mean, but when you fast forward, it doesn't fast forward the music, so it doesn't seem like it's the audio from the video, but still. It would just add to the cursedness of the cut. Anyway, bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake, I'm afraid. You'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Oh, God. Okay, thank God. There we go. That locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. I hate this video. This is the worst mechanic ever made. Thank you. The worst mechanic. Love the fun animation we have going on, but fuck. So goddamn slow and I have no patience. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. I love that somebody must have really loved this mechanic, though. Yeah, it's true. Hold your horses, sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Yes, it fucking is. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. You're an idiot. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Because you're a fucking idiot. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade. I love to rain on your parade. But you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. What? Is it this? A fingerprint sensor? The music didn't stop, which is not a good sign. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. That's a bad accent. So, Sheriff? What do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Oh. Okay. Order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst joke I ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay! Please answer the... Judge, what the fuck? It's true, he's one of the stupidest people I think we've ever had to meet in this game. Full of really stupid people. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. I don't know. Where was the Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? I mean, but if he was under the security camera, like, you would have seen him. Was he standing behind him? Was he punching him in the face? Because, like, this is probably about where the camera is. So that means if he was either side, like, he would have seen him. At the time of the crime, he wasn't over here. This was after the crime. I don't know. Is he punching the victim in the face? I truly don't know. This scares me. Inside the locker, in this tiny corner. Oh no! I wish I kept the text prompt. Okay, so we know that we're trying to find where he was at the time of the crime. Punching him when this guy was punching Meekins in the face. Was it the time of this crime, or was it the time of the underground parking lot crime? Which I guess would happen at the same time. We know that a glove fell out of this, and then Meekins walked up. Wait, this V is not Meekins. This is not. So this is supposed to be Officer Marshall, and this is Officer Marshall's killer. That's okay. Gotta rewire my brain because I just spent the last 3 minutes thinking this was Meekins. That's not what. This is supposedly dead Officer Marshall, and this is the guy who stabbed him or killed him. But they're the same person. Nobody, because he didn't die. Nobody killed him. He is him. Yeah? So that would mean he's standing here. Because he is him. He was pretending to be Marshall. Yes? My brain. I'm so glad we all don't know. Hey, if I get it wrong, it's only one thing. Because normally the things are like, you have to point at something very specific. And there's not a lot of specifics in this room. There's just, like, these. Okay, the music stopped. Whew! Officer Marshall was standing right there. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. Was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene and didn't see his fucking face, Edgeworth. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the crime scene, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about that officer's story puzzled me. Honey, Edgy, we been knew he was dressed up as Goodman. We been knew. If the man had had his ID, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have recognized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? I love that. Honey, Edgy, we been knew he was dressed up as Goodman. You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beer, but don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? I don't know, do I? Well, I'm not kidding, I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I've done 4 trials. This is my 4th trial. I won the other 3. Shut the fuck up, Edgeworth. You've only had 2 years of experience. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came because he was in disguise. Okay. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might have been discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. Oh, he put the jacket inside! He put the jacket inside because he got blood. There was blood on the... Oh, Edgy, it's like he wants to lose. Edgeworth has too big of a crush on Phoenix. He can't help but help me. The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of his locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence of this video is my only shot. It's true, he gets paid either way. Doesn't matter if he wins or loses. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security cape. My favorite! Uh-huh. Shut up. Fucking fast forward. Wait for the stabbing. Ah! Ah! There we go. Look at that bad boy. The blood. Anyway, for some reason you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. Why would he... 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right? It's true. They do. Seems like the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed up like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. 5:15. The supposed victim was really you. There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantities of blood. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Yeah, and what's with that vase? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that day. I just couldn't stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with a transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can go through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed up like him and played to take out the evidence. But you couldn't get into his locker. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. Hi, Carly! We all fucking hate Marshall. He's a piece of shit. I want to punch him in his smug little face. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that lock yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck on the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Edgeworth even, put him in jail. Yeah, Edgeworth don't like him either. What are you thinking, Nico? I wasn't expected to Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Poor boy. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID? I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. How are you in charge of that, Edgeworth? How? How are you in charge of that? Yeah, when did Edgeworth get so much influence? I'm thinking Goodman was the serial killer, and the reason it was Marshall's last chance because Goodman was leaving. Oh. Was he? He might have been. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know if he was leaving. I don't remember. But he could have been. I think they said something about it at some point. A transfer or something. Could be. You could be right, and I just don't remember. But that sounds like a plausible theory. I believe it. Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. And me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and it managed to escape. I know which areas want to be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat and you're struck with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing at this time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the bloodstain found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. You stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Oh yeah, okay. Marshall got to it. Not Marshall, Goodman got to it first. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where was that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. It was Goodman, obviously. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. Can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL incident. You know why? Why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is? I had a feeling you'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved in the case in some reason. I better take a look at the files. Okay, well, it's gotta be that last. Gotta be something in this. Let's go to the last thing. I mean... this would make sense. This would be the most... yeah, it's gotta be that. Yes. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Like Sokka. Anyway. I have the SL9 incident files here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh! He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? His brother? Yeah, he was my brother. I feel like I would like him way more than I like you. Anyway, something nicer about his face. Your angry mug. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant. And then, Deputy Police Chief. Oh, there he is. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was afraid and incarcerated. Excuse me. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last of the SL9 case could be... that was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Why can this case only be opened 2 years after, but Edgeworth's father's murder 15 years after could be reopened? I don't... Another reason this is a dream. The inconsistencies. Anyway. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. No, something fucking happened. There was too much blood, and also I have a vase with a blood stain on it. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Right, but they're both murders. I guess one was unsolved and one was solved. Maybe that's the difference? I guess. I don't know. Chance. It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There was yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous... Oh my god, excuse me. The simultaneous murder at the police department. My body's fighting me. It seems to me this boy's got to draw on you, partner. All the mysteries of the police department, I said it again, have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. Do you have a response? Make it a single word or less. Objection! Ugh! I rest my case. Daisy! Seems the trial's reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department? There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana's guilt. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. I object. Hold it. Your Honor, wait! Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor! All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident refers to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in the Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, it'd be sure to find a clue. Oh my god, there we go. Maybe. I'm thinking it might be because that case was unsolved and this one was solved. Like, had a conviction, where the other did not. But I don't know. This court system is only slightly more busted than our current court system. So, like, it's not gonna make any sense. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt still remain? Yeah, we've got a broken vase, like smashed up vase. We have that fingerprint that has no, or that handprint that has no fingerprints. We have a puddle of blood on the floor. Like, there's a bunch of shit still. It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Isn't that where the fucking blue thing was? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on the locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object, obviously. The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn in there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Nico, go sleep! Go sleep, Nico! Go sleepy buys. This will go on YouTube eventually. You can watch it then if you want. But go sleep. Let us pray the defense is simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. Question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans? This big fucker, right? It would have been standing right in front of that locker. Nothing else is big enough to block it. I mean, this thing. I don't know what that is yet. But it's gotta be this big blue piece of shit. Good night. I love you. Good night. Get sweet dreams. Sweet teriyaki dreams. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Night. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So, watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot of the locker. Look at, I love when his cape blows out. Oh yeah, it does look like he's wearing stilettos. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, I think this through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After you put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left here before the Blue Badger was brought in? Or after it was taken out? Just a moment. I will not allow such a far-fetched boulder dash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time it was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. It must have been after. Okay, thank God. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on the tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. I guess. And then his body was moved to the police department in Edward's trunk? And then dumped? Did they move him inside Edward's trunk? Did Edward help move a body? This is a dream. This is a dream. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? I don't fucking know. Summarize the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark in the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. Only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Time card, maybe? It's the only thing that has times on it. Other than that ticket stub, but the ticket stub wouldn't have been it. 440. What's 1712? 512. I mean, I guess that timing makes sense. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 5:50. 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Aha! Ah! Miles Edgeworth, what have you done? Or just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Only one other card number remaining. 777777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Yeah, it's Goober, Orange Man, obviously. As if it could be literally anyone else. He killed Goodman, and then put him in Edward's trunk, and then pulled him out to frame, I don't know, so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can grant it such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 777777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? It's a good question. They're shady as fuck. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, we occasionally felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you did it! I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Oh God. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Whoa, that's a lot of noise. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos. Oh God, we'd have to wait until the following day. I missed something, but I assume it meant there was so much chaos that we just couldn't continue the trial until the next day. Well, that's something. I would love to save my progress. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, starting to get a little headache. It's a blast. Excuse me. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Yes, I was just there. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. Oh good, my new timer works. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dart convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. I kinda did, but that's okay. It happened 2 years ago. It was right after about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. He seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? What if he's not actually dead? And they faked his death to convict him? I don't remember the moment Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. I'm so pale. My camera get it together? Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Well, my scream in court would suggest otherwise. He didn't. Would suggest he didn't know. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. Yeah, he hasn't really forged any evidence up to this point. Okay. Let's see if I can... That's not gonna fix it. That's also not really gonna fix it. Oh god. Oh god. That's better? Better. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though we may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14? That's understandable. We're in the same exact outfit. Once it was over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. What? What? So Lana would never have to forge any. That way. I see. I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me. No. Stop the presses. We're gonna... time to be hypercritical about... Time to be hypercritical. Is it out yet? Or did they just tease it? Oh, fuck me. It's gonna be bad! I think it's gonna be bad. Okay, that's my prediction, is it's not gonna be good. It's gonna be a lot of neutrals with, like, 1 pop of color in each. Or, like, maybe 2. I hope it's good, but, like, it's... I don't think it's gonna be bad. Anyway. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Yeah. Last Airbender. Not Blue People. Maybe when the second movie finally comes out someday? Maybe? If that's gonna happen? I would assume it's blue, red, green, and yeah, silver or white. I don't know. Probably whites and glitters. And a lot of neutrals. It's gonna be, the air is gonna be a neutral heavy palette is my guess. I assume like a white shade, a like shimmery light blue, like almost white blue, like a white matte, and maybe like or it's like a white matte with sparkles in it, which is not my favorite. I don't know. Maybe definitely gonna be a stupid pressed glitter in each of them. That's my prediction. And probably some like just generic blushes. Maybe some eyeliners that they might have like an eyeliner pack with like blue, red, green, white, or silver. Maybe some of those stupid jelly shadows that they make. This is the things that I'm predicting. They could make, maybe there'll be like an Appa mirror or something. That could be cute. Some kind of mirror. Sometimes I like to do those. I don't know. These are my predictions. Listen, I get my hopes up with ColourPop all the time, and then their collections are a disappointment, and also they put out way too much crap constantly. There's like 2 releases a week. It is just too much. It's too much. There's the detective's office in the questioning room right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. Yeah. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. You gotta be a lawyer for that. If I were a prosecutor and a detective became the chief prosecutor after not being a prosecutor, I would be big mad. Oh, Yue Yin Yang Mirror would be nice. Yeah, the kois. That would be nice. I don't know. Maybe it'll be like a stamp. They like to make those stupid stamps sometimes. Maybe it'll be a blue arrow. I don't know what you would use that for, but anyway. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Okay, let's go chat with Lana. God, we're already 2.5 hours into this. There's still this whole thing. That was not where I wanted to go, but that's okay. Oh God. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know what life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Okay, I'll talk to him. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts were reported inconsistent with the evidence. Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. No offense, but I think he looks better than you. Sleazebag. I had just been made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? Yeah, so broken. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on in that behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, she was promoted. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. You needed to sleep? Yes, but no. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma says something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. I don't want to watch your throat gulp. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get to a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Or I won't even be a patrolman. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Goodbye, sleazebag. Okay. Go where I'm... No! Keep going to the wrong place! I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to go there in the first place. Hold on. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. Why do we keep defending people who just don't tell us the things we're supposed to know? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the time the trial 2 years ago, or at the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. The witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Well, we've only known her for like 2 days, so. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She's amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help with the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, I became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command at the detectives investigating Dark. Oh my god. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Gant and not myself. Oh my god. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some paperwork while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Jesus. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay, we can do that. Criminal Affairs Department? This place is always pretty empty, but today's deserted. It must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Redworth, not to mention our statement of the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Oh my gosh, please. I think festive is... Oh my god. Stop. I'm gonna fucking scream. Anyway.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy.
Yeah. Hi, Maya. Thank you so much for the 11th month, or for the 11th month resub and the 5-month streak. How you doing, my love? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallways to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Well, you told us how to get there, so we're fucking go. What the hell is this? Why is there an organ in this man's office? Thank God the background music is an organ. Whoa, where am I? Oh my god, yes. Enjoy that half a pizza. I had pizza for dinner. Otherwise, I'd be very jealous. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Don't play it. We don't want anyone knowing we're in here. I never could remember where C was. Huh? I hate him. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. With that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I have my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. I don't know what voice I'm doing for him. It'll morph as we go. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. Hi, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? He's broken then too. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with that picture. Oh, there's that vase! I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. It's the vase! Also, there's a sword in this? Is there a sword in the one that I have? No! We're finding things. Is the sword and this vase? Oh, my exes live in Texas. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Okay, that was ominous. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over yet, after all. What do you mean? Over with yet, after all. Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean, like a clue? It's gotta be a way we can get inside the office. Okay. I don't know, let's go over here. Yeah. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly happened down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today on that day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else. I don't know, let's... Edgeworth? Edgy? Mr. Edgeworth isn't here, damn it. Maybe he's being questioned by the inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. Guess we'll just have to come back here later. Okay. Let's go back here. Nope. Can I present this to you? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana! Okay. What the fuck? Oh, she's an adult star. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Oh! Hey, pal! Great, please do not jokingly call me an adult star name. I will get a rep. 2/3 of a pizza? Incredible. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I'm sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. Well, that sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Hey. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Scott is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors surrounding Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. I don't know what this accent is anymore. Pal. But now, with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, there's only those with talent rise up to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all his pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. You need me to hold him tight and patch him back up. Anyway. Give him a little smooch. A passionate kiss. Anyway. I'm gonna stop writing fanfiction. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. I seemed genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Doc left behind during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. I think Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Himself? Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written in somewhere in there, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. Yeah, sure. Joe Doc was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid, oh god, Jogga on the scene was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was pretty careless, animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness? AKA Emma. Okay. Let's show him the knife, the kniff, the knife. About this. Hey, is that... has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Gunman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Oh, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! Oh, God. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store where he bought it. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one's actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where that broke-off tip in the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? Yeah, I've been playing it for a few weeks. This is like the 4th case that we've done. What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Yeah, there's different cases. Different people were defending. Right now, the case is the chief prosecutor is thought to have killed a detective who was involved in this SL9 incident 2 years ago. They were like, we're all on that case, but like, she didn't do it. She didn't do it. He was really killed at the police station before they found his body, and then moved. He was, yeah, that's what, we have to prove that, but still. Yeah, there's always like investigation, trial, investigation, trial, investigation, trial. So we're on the third and final investigation round. And this one has like 2-part trials, which is really annoying, which is why this is my second week playing this trial, because it's just really fucking long. And I think it's a fever dream. My theory is that this trial is a dream that Phoenix is having. It's a really fucking long dream, but well, any detective ID card can unlock that door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. Wonder if we could, there's something we show him that changed his mind. Is there? Oh, maybe that picture? Let me share a little advice with the detective. You don't have a clue. Okay. The SL9 Institute? I don't know. Maybe there's somebody else. Maybe I can go talk to Edgeworth now. Yes. My boyfriend. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Oh goodness. He's writing. Mr. Miles Edgeworth Wright in love hearts. With the little Phoenix plus Miles with the little arrow through the heart. That's what yeah, that's what it is. It's like May's sketches in her notebook in Turning Red. Anyway, tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Gotta get his voice back. Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. I would like to chat about some things. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do erase that. Nothing I do can erase that fact. Oh my god. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. But tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. I feel bad for him. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. Look at the face! Look at his stupid face! I hate it! I hate it, and I love it, and I hate it. His stupid... Fuck! Stop making him make this face. Stop it. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Stop making the face! Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After all, Neil Marshall was murdered. I became prosecutor for that case. Or after Neil Marshall was murdered. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Yeah, I gotta show him that picture. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony up at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Stop him in the face! I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. Move my mic. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. That's when they shoved him in the chief, killed him, shoved him in Edgeworth's trunk, and then said, oh, I need you to drive back to the prosecutor's office to store this piece of evidence. Just grabbed a random piece of evidence. And so he did, and then that's when they pulled the body out of the trunk. I don't know who pulled the body out of the trunk. The prosecutor, the chief, I don't know. I don't know which one, but stop doing that, Gabby. Let me give you. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What the excuse me? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? No. Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Smooth, Phoenix. Very well. I wonder if this is real or just completely made up bullshit. Long ago in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of both these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, we had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. King of Prosecutors Trophy updated. Interesting. Fascinating. God, I keep doing that. Okay. Oh. Oh, wait. I think I missed something in his office. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kinda like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Gilman with a knife. No matter how much the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Maybe she was attacking... What's-his-face? Damon. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. The Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Okay, I'll be right back, Lana. I forgot to check something. Which is this fucking ball of paper under his desk. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check him out. Distract him with a kiss? Hey, Edgeworth. Did Detective Gumshoe out that window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Can't pull one over on all good old Edgy. He didn't even look. What? Letter... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Edgeworth. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Let me see that feet! Listen, I was very drunk when I said that, but it's still one of the funnier things I ever said. Oh, Edgy! Okay, let me talk to her. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. Yeah, an alien feet. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. What? What is that? A man? Not ideal. Yes, that was very, very good. I've watched that video like 3 times, and I made it, which means I've watched it like 5 or 6 times at this point. More than that. 5 or 6 times before that. And then I said some shit during the alien playthrough, and I forgot most of it. And then some of it, my favorite part is when I knock over the chair, and I just glare at it and go, bad. And then I say, this chair really fucked me. That one also, that whole moment just makes me fucking crack up. I thought you were my friend. Sorry. I think I started the video with that one. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. I'm also indifferent to feet, Maya. I'm not grossed out by them, but I definitely don't love them. I would, like, I don't care if someone's feet are touching me, but, yeah, I don't know. Yes, you did in fact work at a shoe store, you're right. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up in our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. You don't have proof anything illegal was done? I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us saved Goodman were relief of our duties. Most without even so much of an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Oh god. I seen the feet. See, this is why we're all friends. This is what happens when you've been friends for over a decade. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. How many times are you going to see this picture? Gant led the investigation and Lana seconded his command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. He obviously had something over her. Like, you know, the forged evidence. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Chief? Chef? That was chef, yeah. Okay. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I had to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. I probably have to show him something. He's serious. I love that addition to the end. His resignation letter. He's serious, even though he discarded it. That would fuck up Gumshoe's life, his day. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. I'm no secret. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I might already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. I don't know what I'm doing as usual, but depends on my grandparents, but yeah. I should be available. I think. I don't know when Easter weekend is, but I should be available. Oh, so the end of April. Okay. Okay, cool. Mid-April. Yeah. I don't know. The only time I know when Easter is when it falls, like, on my birthday, which happens every now and then. Here goes Mr. Wright. Here goes Mr. Wright. Oh. Well, that would have been a great Easter weekend. Unfortunately. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. Or Detective Gumshoe's a goner. Well, if that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Ah! Did they just punch each other? Hi, Odd Assassin. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable. Okay. Hey, don't do that to my card! Sorry, it's too late. I don't know why I did that, but I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, let's examine shit. Suit of armor? This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. Oh. I hope you're okay from that. The amount of times I've hit myself in the face with things is embarrassing. First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayers' dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of the chief's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name! Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No. About evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. Guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. Seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case! Would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. It was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Okay. I can use my arrow keys. That's fine. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That one is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. 77777777? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. 7. Yes! I'm so smart. Anyway, bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? Nobody's fucking birthday. The final ID card number on that record. Victory screech! Anyway, what? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean 77777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, I do. Get out of my way, Gumshoe. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Yeah, that is not a, it's not a birthday. It's 1 shy or 1 too long for a birthday. Look, it's a shot from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something there too. A hand. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. Handprint. Anyway, this is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. I think the chief made up the design. I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. It's not from a cup, it's from a vase. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related? Well, I know how one is. Come on, there's something we gotta show them. Okay, yeah. Shush. Okay, well, I should investigate everything first. Probably. What is this one? Wow, the size. We found this in the drawer. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor. This is the 15th floor in an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What the fuck? What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor? I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! It was kind of morbid, but that's okay. Okay, he probably is going to get fired after this. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh, she left it here? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Doc. I bet I never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. I don't think anybody knows that. Gee, you think? This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends were made of, or he's using that computer. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? A good question. Okay. I keep fucking... Okay. Present. First of all, where's my jar? There it is. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one! That was in the safe! Now that you mention it, ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments, assemble the fragments. Go ahead, pal, show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece it together. Yeah, here goes. Wow. That was worth the cutscene. There, fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. In what way? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar added to the court record. The other thing was a handprint. I wish I could see it in my evidence. And we have to fingerprint it. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints? It's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Sweet summer child gumshoe. Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, haha. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? You're just kind of dim. Okay, let's check for fingerprints. Sprinkle the powder. Yeah. Whatever. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, I did, like, click a spot and then... Yeah. Oh, right. Below. Give it my best shot. Kind of results won't be good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we clear a result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. How about the thumb? Wish I could just like hold down the mouse and do this, but it's fine. Oh, that's much better. I give you my best shot. That kind of result won't be okay. Let's try. I thought that was better, but I guess not. How about this middle finger? That looks relatively clear. This is a much better one. Uh-oh. What does this mean? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the fingerprints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What is that kid's prints doing inside Chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Thanks. Okay. I think that's everything. Oh, there's another window. This is pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for the window. Really? Why didn't he? They said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Okay. I do think that's everything this time. Yes, okay. So we obviously need to go somewhere. We haven't talked to Lana in a while. Present something? It's not what I wanted, but okay. Okay. So that wasn't it. Was there no? Yeah, maybe there was something else I was supposed to do there? Oh, I never talked to Gumshoe. I'm a dumbass, okay. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. It leaves it as a warning to everyone else. Wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in there each morning. Still, like 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. I love him. Shut up, Phoenix. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Obviously, he's a fucking suspect. He did it. He's the most villain-looking character. Obviously, he did it. Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. Look at him. He looks exactly like a villain. His suit matches the color of his skin. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant. I'd never remember what voice I gave him. So didn't you think you'd be... we didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I walked to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Gumshoe. Now, get out. Yes, sir. Gumshoe, my boy. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? Don't leave her there. Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Okay, Gumshoe. I wish you luck. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Okay. Oh, hi. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Fucking good for you, Phoenix. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who who it is that's lurking behind. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Maya did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Yes. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is the person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Fucking Gant. Wellness guy? Mr. Wright, you were addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a little bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could possibly tamper with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. I want to call him Demon, because obviously that's why they named him that. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in this case. Fucking... like... any of these? Oh, how about this that he fucking had? I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? The pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman, or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Welcome back! I can't blame you. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I needed to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident? The serial killer Joe Dark's knife? I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edward's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone in the force to know about it. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Final case. Oh my god, what am I missing on Discord right now? So much, it would appear. A discussion. Tobler, yes. God. Oh my god, there's still so much. Oh my gosh, okay. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. Been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's happened behind the scene, or something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, the Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know what the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. Bye. Love you. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. I still think this is a dream, but I kind of don't want it to be because I like these moments with Edgeworth. Anyway. I love his stance. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Oh gosh. I hate him. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, G, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Are you gonna talk? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Gross. Hi, Lana. What is this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! She's crossing her fingers behind her back. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant clearly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, though this is an unprecedented situation. The fuck? Indeed, it appears there's no need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Well, fucking of course I do. This can't be happening. It appears that time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Edgeworth, yep. One moment, Your Honor. Edgeworth is like, I need the answers, so fuck you. Prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Also, what happened to a jury? What happened to a jury? Anyway, any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Edgeworth says, I'm fucking quitting after this, so shut the hell up. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up for your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. I still get to defend. Yeah, Gant's going to prison, so he can suck a dick. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. He will, if I have anything to say about it. My occupation? I'm Lena's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is that correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Gant's charts in college? I don't know what that is. Oh, he's definitely going to be crafty about it, seeing as there's not 2 trial things right now, but there's 3 more trial things. This one and 2 others. I just need to know how long this was, so I glanced at a walkthrough for a timeline. There's it's trial former, trial ladder, and trial ladder 2. So it's a fucking long one. I assume he's gonna do some twisty fucking turns on me. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Yeah, there's fucking some business thing, I think. I don't know, X is still here. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Ow. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I'm glad we just didn't listen to Lana being like, I'm representing myself. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. Can I press with Q? Getting all my buttons. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective in the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command in the then Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite a pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Thank you, Carly. Sometimes the filter chooses strange things to capture. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. It stopped the email. Oh my god, really? Oh my god, auto mod. Very interesting. in Kraken's chat? That's weird as hell. Ow, everybody stretch. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Yes, young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes. Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. No, it stopped the, I think, the fucker part. Actually, no, it was the whole term. Psycho fucker. Yeah, I would like to hear more. So you spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. She did. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. This feels like an evidence statement. Oh my god! Wait! No! I forgot. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Oh my god! I'm so glad I checked that! Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying his existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What is this? Behold! Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Look her boots. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutors in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists. They're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth? It's quite obvious what happened here. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Look at him, standing like a doofus! Anyway, order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing in the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me see. He never looked on the back of it? Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? I love him. He's so mad. He goes right back to normal. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Yeah, how do you not, in the whole course of the trial, it never accidentally flips over, you never, like, you can't did it. Oh god. That thing! That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper? You're just triggering auto mod left and right, Odd Assassin. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. It's not very long. This is a picture I drew. It was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. I keep staring at this. Boop. Anyway. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. Wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story could have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? There must be. Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims exactly what was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Is there? Well, it's definitely this. So, what is it? No. This is from this murder. It's like the last. No. That is not a picture of a man stabbed in the back. That is a picture of a man stabbed in the chest. Yeah. Same thoughts, Carly. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part? Well, it's the front. The front, right? Maybe the weapon? I don't fucking know. I don't think this one's right, but I think it's this part here. I don't see what's okay. Well, okay. Mr. Wright, how could you? Yeah. Okay, this is wrong. So it's maybe it's the weapon. Mr. Wright, perhaps yeah. Okay, I don't. The weapon. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Okay, cool. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look close, you can see the tip is broken. Oh, it's already broken. The hand is so big. Oh, sorry. I just got distracted by that. But I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. That was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid that's not so simple, Emma. Well, yeah, duh. Broke off in his body when he stabbed him. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see the problem? Are you all fucking stupid? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? God, we're using this word very liberally. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. She was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Oh my god, stop. It's fine. You don't have to do that every time. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh! Booty. Anyway. Order. Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is another one. Oh my god, there is another one! There is another one! There's another one! The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what he saw. It just can't be explained away by a simple observational error. Oh my god, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I know it. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Yes. I'm so fucking excited. No, just let me present it. Take that! The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! Oh, this is Edgeworth. This is the picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. Oh, that's Emma. I keep doing all the wrong voices. I'm too excited. It's a broken knife! As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from the award. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day, and an award he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was that murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. That's true. Oh! Yes, you are on the same page. I had a hunch that maybe Neil is actually alive secretly. And maybe he is, and he went to jail. They pretended he... Maybe. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now! I remember everything! Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is this? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? This one with that picture scribbled on the back? Can I see them, like, next to each other? I knew it. This picture? I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Put them together. Put them together. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. What the fuck is it? Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Yeah, it's a... Maybe? But it's the 15th floor. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room. I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief detective hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yeah, why would you run at a knife? Like, yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it! Stop! Please don't pursue this any further! Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Almost recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed toward both of them. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you panicked and rushed towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seemed convinced that Dark was the one. I'm gonna have to present some kind of evidence, and I don't know what. I need to fucking... So this is probably from when she pushed whoever. Assuming the brother had a cowboy fetish as well. I assume it is like... Oh yeah, it's probably from his fucking vest. Anyway. Not this. Is this it? There's no bottom, the hole goes right through. Some kind of weird telescope. Phoenix, are you on drugs? Like, does that not kind of look... Hold on. Like the shape of the thing? Hold up. Why is it so zoomed in? I mean, kind of. Actually, it might be like a telescope or something, because, like, this looks like a stand, so it probably actually goes like this. And then you look through the end of it. Yeah, it's missing the third bit. Like, this is definitely not like a vase. It, like, goes like that. Anyway. Oh, it could be a megaphone, something like that. I don't know. I don't have anything better. As we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. Then that dark guy knocked me down. All I could think was, I've got to help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. The blue badger, okay. We're gonna see if my theory's correct. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. It's... Oh, wait, is it... What if it's like that? I wish it was easier to rotate this. H... B... No. M... N... I don't know. I'm sure it doesn't need to be, like, 100% accurate. This isn't it, right? I've got to make it more... Okay. Allow me to remind the... Oh, my God! Horizontal... Okay. Yeah. Okay. Like that. It's gotta be this way. I just didn't do it enough. Ugh. I don't know, maybe that's better. Oh! At least I'm not, like, losing lives when I do this. I just need it, like... Maybe it's this. Oh my God! I don't fucking know! Join the... This is very hard to control. See, that looks mostly correct. Maybe it's like this. Like, slightly. I feel like this is exactly what I presented before. I'm looking up a picture. I know what it needs to be. I don't... What is this fucking case called? Phoenix, Wright. Oh, God. What is this fucking case called? Phoenix, Wright, jar rotation. Not junior. Jar. Show me a picture of it. This is exactly what I've been doing. Shut up, Edgeworth. I don't fucking care what you have to say. Yeah, okay. It's this with this on top. Okay. It's literally like this. Oh my God. I just had it up slightly too high. I'm taking a drink of water. This is why I'm not an artist. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. Order. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? That's a good question. What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please, tell us. What difference? What's different now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The location? The murder weapon? The murderer? Not the murder weapon. And not the murderer, I guess. Now the location? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I had to look it up, Carly. I had to, like, find a picture of it. Because I was so close, like, every time. I just had it, like, I had it up too far. I just looked it up. I don't feel bad about it. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime, on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and if these two facts, if it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired, it is. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. Have you? Because I don't know if I have. This is why, I mean, I know who did it, but I don't know. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Oh, is it Emma's fault? She pushed him and then the knife, like, fell in? That could be it. Please recall the witness's testimony. It says she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the room. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact of the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf that the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! Oh. Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Oh no. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, it's not her fault. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. Yeah, yet another possibility. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, that's gruesome as fuck. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Yeah, it's about how I would react. Oh, we gonna pass out. Well, it was then covered up by the fucking chief of police, who held it over the heads of all the people involved. Never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. I don't know, that happens all the time here. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Listen, I have his fucking shirt with her fingerprints on it. Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assured you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. This is not the right voice. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. I do, unfortunately. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. I guess they killed Joe Dark, like death sentence. 2 years is a very fast time frame to put a man to death, anyway. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. We wrote something on the jar. Well, Mr. Wright, is this the only possibility left to you? A message from the deceased? Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop it? Nothing to prove my sister a murderer. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. No, you're all going to jail. It's true. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence. I'm pretty sure it's the fucking vase again, isn't it? Like, he wrote something on it. Yeah. That's not what I keep doing that. Just go back! God. No! I did it again! Who's that? This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, he's gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood in this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is, these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments he left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Did they use luminol, maybe? Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent! It does kind of, but no! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta make these connect. There's only one. His murderer's name. Okay. Oh, I can't. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely Emma. It is unfortunately Emma. I don't know if I have to like stop on each of these, but I'm going to. Unfortunately. I mean, I don't think Gant had enough letters. What do you think? I came up with this message. Yes. Teaching handwriting. Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe it is Gant. I don't know how. Could be, but oh. It wasn't letting me. Okay. That's probably it. Which in real life is bullshit, but it's okay. There we go. Thank you, Carly. It's defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I know! Ugh. But, like, Gant covered it up. I know. We're not actually going to put a child in jail, but of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. We're not going to present the leather with her fingerprints. I'm just a high school student. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? You know that, you stupid fucking piece of garbage. Yes, Worthy. Because of you. An innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Leave my poor boy alone. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can be. You might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? 'Cause it fucking wasn't. Order, order, order! I guess we're taking a... The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. What the fuck? Oh my god, this case is so long! I thought I was gonna have time after this game to play, like, some fucking Power Wash Simulator. Nope. We're still going. I think we have 2 more rounds of this. God! Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. No, I don't want to save it for next time. I just want to be done with it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You never are, Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Didn't we do this already? I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in trial today. What the fuck is that? Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Why is there a ducky on the cover? I don't know how much longer. Hopefully no more than an hour, but God. I'm gonna try and, like, speed run this shit. You never know the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence should be shown without approval of the police department. You can at least just study it. Oh my god. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like the book will do any good now, though. All that's left now is a chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Stop making that face! Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Make Gumshoe chief of police. Anyway, your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. Oh god, stop. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. My poor edgy boy. No. She was told by Gant to put his dead body in Edgeworth's trunk and get rid of the body. That's so he was dead by the time, and then the knife the murder weapon was that fake broken knife. Not fake, but the faked evidence. So she stabbed his dead body to make it look like just like the knife from Edgeworth's trunk. I think to try and further, like, disconnect it from this case to save Emma, just in case. Court now convene. Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. I'm doing the gumshoe voice. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, Normally this is where the prosecution calls for us a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern, Mr. Edgeworth, that you may have, Come on! Struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and you have no spine, Judge. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. Wait, there's no precedent for what you said. What you're doing, undeniably, is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. We're working together. The golden duo. He should come work for me. As in, we should work together. He should quit being a prosecutor, come be a defense attorney with me. Anyway. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Gant. Obviously. Take that! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have anything to do? Why did I'm not even, we're just gonna. As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. I hate when he plays with that stupid hair in the front of his face. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I don't know what to do with it. I was just on my way to lunch. That's the voice. Your name and occupation, sir. Why is this happening? Oh my god. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Oh my god, I can't speak. Personally, I think that's already been made pretty clear. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm putting you in jail! Very well, the tennis stand began his testimony. I'm gonna nail your balls to the wall. Anyway, as I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. I think that's bullshit. He was just lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. This feels like one of those things that I can't press every statement. But I don't. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived in your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. Can't understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence is in your safe. I think this was any good. If you're going to stare at anything, you should stare at my hot ass. You better be staring at the court record. We're the worthy, always smooth talker. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Shut up. It's that last one. He fucking hid the evidence. I can't help, even when I'm trying to go fast. I don't know. That's not what I wanted to do. He hid the fucking evidence. That's my fucking objection. I can't help but write fanfiction as I'm speeding through the game. You claim to have nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. Was found where? You see, Chief Gant? These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Get him, Phoenix. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? I wasn't even a lawyer then. Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Oh, shut the fuck up. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? Ow. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, end up paying for work. Gumshoe, my baby. Yes, well, in light of the defense's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. That's a fucking lie, because it was on your side of the goddamn office. How can he fake it if he wasn't even around for it? Yeah. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Uh-huh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make that same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but do you mind waiting for that until tomorrow? Today is, well, you know, a Alright, Edgy, return though. I know that place, right? Huh? What are they gonna do? I don't want to know. I don't think I want to know. For the sake of the judge. Okay, this shit. That's fucking suspicious. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho 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 ho! Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little bit. He's got meaty everything. Is this true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Stop playing with your fucking hair. Don't be silly, Werther. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means do. I want to be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. I mean, fuck off. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho 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 ho! That's a good one, Worthy. Would there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Sure, an accomplice. I don't know who. True, you might not help out for anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean, Lana. Because then he could put her in the prosecutor's office and have control of both. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to a series of unfortunate events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And, as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Judge, you fucking idiot! I thank you for the silence. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. God. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. Wouldn't want it to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Yeah, how the fuck is he just allowed to threaten both Phoenix and Edgeworth? Yeah, well, it's because this judge is a fucking idiot. To accuse chief prosecutor of blackmail and murder. I like the idea that the judge isn't really paying fully attention until someone talks to him. I mean, I think that's the case, like, 50% of the time. That's, impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. You're accusing him? Like, yeah. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Yeah, fucking he scanned into the thing. Good question. I got proof. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Yup. Fuck you! This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on that list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was a violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. I love this music. It's so good. About the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof. They went to meet the Chief Gant on that day. I don't know. What is it? Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Oh, he had to. Oh! Detective Goodman lost his ID on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you're in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Judge, shut the fuck up. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. You really lent it to Detective Goodman. It would have been found on his body. No! Oh. That's some art. Chief Gant, you didn't. Just bully Gantlers. Yes, we are a team. Just fucking attacking him from all sides. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After all, after the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Gumshoe's body. Goodman's body, of course. Don't kill my Gumshoe. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? You drove it. I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take his dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. I think I know what it is, but how could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. It was the reason that Edgeworth went back to the... Is this. This is how I moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? Well, what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. after the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you. You mean, The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Look at that dump truck ass, anyway. He's not fast enough. Detective Goodman's body was carried to the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. You transferred the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttals of the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photographs Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. This was exactly the opposite. This is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Oh, it is a body of the photo being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations without concrete proof. I don't have concrete proof. My concrete proof is Lana. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? No, I don't fucking have anything. This is the first time where I'm like, maybe I shouldn't hit the yes button. Proof. It's no use showing evidence I'm not sure myself. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. CRG. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, IG, I'll leave the rest to you. Please don't tell me I fucked up. Don't give me game over. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior office of our nation's law enforcement agency. Oh, thank God. Thank you for saving my ass. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. No, you idiot! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant invoked his right to refuse testimony. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Yes, fucking, yeah. You'd not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with someone's orders. Mr. Redgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Oh my god, we're almost there! Hold on. Huh? Chief Gann, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Stop threatening everybody in the court. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty of Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Wring his neck. God. Okay, if there's any suggestions, we're now in recess. Cool. God. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, Bals? Yeah, true, Cody. Detective Gumshoe. Haha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? I wouldn't mind having Gumshoe work at my office. I'd be fine with that. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, hi! Emma! Are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on? Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. You have to get him a dancing mascot, though. Oh, I don't know if I can handle that. Relieved? Yeah. I finally know what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. We live in a society. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. My BFF. To be continued. Okay, great. Great. Speed it up. Go ahead. We're on a roll. We're almost there. Let's see if we can finish this in 30 minutes. Let's go. Joaquin Phoenix as Emma. We live in a society. Anyway. Look at that juicy ass. Anyway. I'm screaming that, and I don't mean to mean. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. Her voice is just a higher pitched version of Edgeworth's voice. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Oh my god, stop. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with the Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. Oh, that's the wrong voice. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. I had nothing to do with Emma. It had nothing to do with Emma. Big lies. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know in my own sister. I said that in my brain. How does she keep reading my mind? This is why it's a dream. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail hit. Nothing to do with Emma. Oh. I didn't mean to click on that. No, this be showing the That it? Okay. I'm just gonna press around everything. How many years exactly? Since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that'd be 5 years. Detective Gant, Detective Skye were legendary partners. Personally saw them testify in numerous cases. Must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to the blackmail story. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. doesn't make any sense. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality was, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound. You planted the tip, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? That was really fast. You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head in your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up in the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. Otherwise, the jar must have broken during their struggle. But he wrote on it. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Or what's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Yeah. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. No. Oh my god, there's so much fucking evidence in this case. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? Well, this is what we're fucking talking about, Judge. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly. So, and this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah! He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. You may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark, as in the dark as we are, about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got all of them. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one to wipe away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may get cross-examination. Get out. Wipe away the blood. But you didn't get them all. There was a big fucking smear still. What? What? I fucking hit present. Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In Chief Gant's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece of evidence and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. We're getting there. We're getting to the truth. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces were too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Because you're a fucking idiot, Judge. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there, who would have broken the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Okay, Judge. No. Okay. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. He proceeded to... and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Oh my god. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer any more for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorney makes up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What the fuck? I've never twisted the truth. Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But, if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But, I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. this cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Okay. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. I mean, it's this fucking book. Oh, now I can look at it. Okay, well. Come on. Can I open it? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, God. Hey, there's a picture here of a dead man. Oh, God, that's rough. Oh, and the thing is cut out of him. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. The thing is already cut out. Okay. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? Okay. Yes. This is a hairprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall... What? Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? I know, I thought we were done with him. If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Yeah, no, you can't. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. I love you, Edgeworth. Ugh, so what? Do you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. I know, I love that sass from, that brutal sass from Edgeworth. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal it, anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. The one that shows who really... I don't want to show it. I don't want to show it. I don't think that's right, but still. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, talk yourself into a hole. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? He's fucking... Means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? Yeah, this is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Yeah, fucking talk yourself into the impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. Yeah, he did. He fucked himself. But he's gonna keep lying. What? You mean to admit it? He's gonna testify even though he's not allowed to? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted, Miss Skye? I told her to rearrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? Oh, got me back. For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off the pieces. Oh my god. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho 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 ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut from the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admitted I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. Yeah, I'll show it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Take that! Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this out of the piece of the victim's vest? Oh yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on the piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to have been left so clearly. You mean... Could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Yeah. Ho ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Is it? Because I don't feel confident, but that's okay. It's our girl. Emma Skye. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Skye? You knew whose fingerprints were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Phoenix is like, I'm gonna let you finish. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you asked? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. Does it? I don't know what the contradiction is. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. I don't know what it is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I don't know. Is it this picture? It has to be the picture, right? Like, there's literally nothing else that it could possibly, like, go to. And what exactly is that supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? I guess it's not the same shape, right? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. Hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. Oh, that's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Ms. Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeds to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, through the very act, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Oh my gosh. Objection! Oh gosh. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean, refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy. Earlier old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any that I can present. Yeah, I get it. I know. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At the moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Ho! Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Miss Grant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Has it? What plan? Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? No. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Ah! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Udgy, don't listen to this lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I said book. Yeah. The evidence law. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at the point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to improve the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? I was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece in the victim's chest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you! We're gonna explode again? Oh, oh god. Oh, okay. Yep. What an interesting display. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years has been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, and yes, he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. That was a bad accent, but I haven't done his accent in a hot minute. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came in that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Don't say that in front of him, stupid. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he would bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. Ow. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Yeah, the man wears gloves. Obviously, he did it. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Ugh. Yeah, I would also be mad. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How could you get Miss Guy involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Gumshoe's locker? That was whatever. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. No, we're fucking not. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I read them too fast for when they're slow. Oh my god, is this finally... We're gonna give him a guilty... Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Not my fucking friend. Nasty. Sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Okay, sure. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. It's like, stop complimenting me, I can't take it. In light of this case, seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? I don't know about all of us. I'm fine. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. Trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. Long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Woo! Oh my god. I finally win, Carly! It only took 6 hours and 13 minutes. That is all this court is adjourned. God fucking damn it. This VOD is gonna suck to download. At long last, it's finally over. God, we just have to get through this end shit. Emma? Is it a dream? We have to find out if it's a dream. By the long face. I'm sure it's not a dream, but still. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done it well. I don't know why I stumbled on that last word. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Detective, wait, what is it? Dang it, Dick. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you come here. I've seen why are we doing this again? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Ah! Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. I love Gumshoe. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Ken to help me cover up the truth. Excuse me. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. Oh, don't do that. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Hug. 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 Hug! Thank God. Oh, I'm so happy. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Well said, Phoenix. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe? Me? Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. What? I didn't mean to hit that. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. The idea of him hiding, because he's embarrassed. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Embarrassed little boy. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I've realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not fucking resigning, are you? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth... Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgy! Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, we're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. Well, that may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. No, you weren't. You had me. You had Phoenix. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Boyfriends! Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I don't know. I mean, this picture? Probably the book that she gave me, right? That might mean something to you. But I don't see how it has anything to do with our partnership. That fucking face. Stop making that face, huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. I don't know what the right piece of evidence would be. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth? If you'll excuse me. There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Oh, he's gonna leave, my baby. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. I don't know what the right evidence would have been. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Okay. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. That's the same thing as saying, Edgeworth, I love you. Farewell. No. Anyway, I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems you both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. I love the little ducks on the cover. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Cuties. And so, another case came to a close. I don't know what I was supposed to present to Edgeworth. As for his sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Oh, it could have been my badge, you're right. I didn't think about that. I don't know. There was so much fucking evidence in this case. As for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. End of game 1. Journey to rediscover myself. This is where we get sweatpants, Phoenix? Well, don't go trekking off yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks of the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Where'd he go, Detective? I didn't know you had such a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, it's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. That's the end? Adorable. So cute. And did that let me skip it? No, it's just, I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Well, yeah, I would think so. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Cute. Adorable. Emma's going to Europe. I can't skip these end credits, which is kind of annoying. Oh. Hi, Gumshoe. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy. I'm very happy, Gumshoe. Anyway, that was Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. I don't remember what the next... Is the next game Trials and Tribulations? Or is that the third one? I don't know. But there's a lot more cases to go. And then I have the prequel trilogy. Ace Attorney Chronicles. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him, though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Are you sure about that? Yes, sir! Then I could just be like that Dick Gumshoe. Of course he idolizes Gumshoe. Well, thanks everyone for hanging for this case was fucking long. I don't think I could have done literally anything else to speed it up. God, this is a long VOD. I just have to let this play out. And then I'm going to bed because I gotta get up early tomorrow to go to the DMV. I hate you. I hate you so much. If I had to look at your face again, it'll be too soon. I love Gumshoe, but he is kind of a doofus. Oh! Kind of a big dum-dum. Man down! This is a funky beat. Oh, God! What's this? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Okay, I'm not watering your plants in the police station, but okay. I was like, why did he get arrested? Oh yeah, he assaulted a man and broke into the evidence locker. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. Top layer tastes a bit bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay. Ben Judd. Good job with the localization, Ben. And Brandy and Kaori. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Me? Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said that he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Oh, that's what the chair looks like? The judge is a fucking idiot. Mr. Left. Maybe the biggest dumbass on the planet. Quite possibly. He is the biggest idiot in the game, by far, but... Ah! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you in your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. I miss you. I love her. We're in special thanks territory. It's gotta be almost done, right? I want to go to bed. I have to go to the DMV in the morning and beg them to let me renew my license. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh god. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought your tea. What's going on? Don't know what that is. I'm a little scared. Cody? I swear to fucking God. I'm gonna time you out. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. We're back at this train station. Whenever I want to see Lana, all you have to do is open this book. Yeah, did they say Lana was dating one of the guards? I love that for her. What's this? Oh! Oh my god, that's so fucking cute! Oh my god! It's so cute! Excuse me. I'm gonna die now, thank you. Okay. Okay, time to save the game. Oh! What happens if I hit continue? That's not the, that wasn't the last game in the trilogy, was it? Is there more to that? Or am I just crazy? I thought that was just like Ace Attorney. I just want to see what happens if I click this. Okay, yes, I gotta pick another game. Okay. Good suggestion, Odd Assassin. Okay. So it's Justice for All is next. Okay, that scared me. I was like, don't fucking tell me it didn't save all that. Yes, I would like to exit the game. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't go to the welcome screen. Go to my starting screen. No. OBS. You was right. I can't. Yes, please exit the game. The game is just like not responding, which is my favorite. Oh, there we go. Cool. Anyway, I gotta go to bed because the DMV opens at 8:30, and I plan to get there at like 8 o'clock, so I can fucking assure that I'm not waiting there for 10 hours. Yeah, it is 1 a.m. because I'm a doofus. I really didn't think this was going to take almost 7 hours. 6.5 hours. Because life hates me. The time went into me writing gay fan fiction live on stream. That's what happened. So, anywho, I'm gonna leave now. I am gonna go to bed, and I'm not gonna host anyone because I don't feel like fucking searching for someone. So, I love you. Everybody go to bed now, except for Carly because it's like the middle of her day. But everybody else go to fucking bed. Go to sleep. Enjoy your weekends. I hope they're great. Next week, we'll do probably my birthday stream because my birthday's on Sunday next week. So we'll figure something out. It's a good timing that we're like between Phoenix games in case I decide we're gonna do something else. So I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. Check Twitter and go check out my YouTube channel. Anyway, I love you all. Give us time to write a fanfiction for your birthday. I would simply pass away. But anyway, I love you all. Have a wonderful night. And I will talk to you all later. Okay? Goodbye!